Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We've called doubles. We need red and blue run stickers. Red and blue run stickers to 3 and 4. Spill over to 5 and 6. Red and blue, red and blue. So doubles, red and blue. Doubles should be red, but we need doubles, red and blue. Doubles, red and blue to 3 and 4. Spill over to 5 and 6. And with that will complete our new combination time runs here on the Cadence Custom Chassis Saturday for the 7th Annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience presented by FRBR Promotions. Thank you, everyone, for showing up and showing out today. We are going to get some racing in, and it has turned into a beautiful afternoon here at Maple Grove Raceway. We're ready to get rolling. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please rise to your feet if you are able. And gentlemen, remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem. And we thank you. And now it is time to go racing here at Maple Grove Raceway for the 7th Annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience presented by FRBR Promotions. It is Ken's Custom Chassis Saturday, and we are ready for Corbett Incorporated round number 1 of racing action. $10,000 on the line. Who is going to take it home? Yesterday it was Paul Tim Jr., better known as Shorty, in the Vega. It was an all-Vega day as Austin Yunt brought home the win in the Gamblers race. Who will find their way to victory lane today? We will find out here in just a few minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick things off, and let's get the party started. Tower side, Steve Dustin, 718 the dial for the Mustang, taking on Jed Narr in the Camaro, 585 on the yellow machine. Win late, give it to Narr. He's 9, 1 above 7 to be 26 total. Takes out Steve Dustin here on that first entry. Dustin, 15, goes 2 above 6 in the losing effort. Pete Bush now up here in the Camaro. out of Manchester, Connecticut, taking on Dave Dissinger in the Monza. Dissinger dialed 651. Pete near tower side, 584. Winlight, give it to Dissinger. He's 13 up front, puts it one above 3 to be 26 total. Locks out the 44 reaction time from Bushnell. He goes down there to go one above 5 or one above 4 on a 584 dial. Stan Pfeiffer here, tower side in the Chevy 2, 616 the dial, far lane. Dialed 752. Double red light, give the true start win over to the Camaro. He goes 745.6 on the 752 dial with a 009 red. Stan here, tower side, breaks it out as well, 614.0 on the 616, and was much more on the red side. Stephen Dickey here, tower side, 622, taking on the newer school Camaro of George Fisher. 652 for Fisher. Winlight goes to Dickey as Fisher turns it big time red, goes 641.0 on the 652 dial. Dickey goes 616.9 on 622. Pretty heavy tailwind. A lot of drivers are running out and much, much cooler than it was yesterday. So these hot rods are going to be loving that cool air and creating horsepower because of it. Gary Semper's here, tower side in the Mustangs, 562, taking on Vince Cusimano over in the Cutlass 675. Also, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have on all safety equipment before you pull out of the staging lanes to come around the corner. All safety equipment needs to be on. Helmet, gloves, pants, jacket. Anything that's necessary for you to compete, you need to have on when you come out of the staging lanes. Winlight, give it to Vince. He goes dead on with a 1 to be 25 total. Locks out Semper's 33 reaction time. Gary goes one above 4 to be 47 total for the loss. Also, once you get all your safety equipment on, make sure it stays on for the entire duration of the time you are on the race track. That means helmet, jacket, pants, belts, the whole 9 yards stays on until you get off of the racing surface. Stevie Dustin up here now in the Mustang 659, taking on Jack Fisk in the Camaro 5 at 95. Winlight, Stevie Dustin, 17, goes 660 with a 5 on a 659 for the win. Fisk, 28 at the hit, goes 599.3 on the 595 for the loss. Bill Moore, here tower side 601 in the Cougar, taking on Mark Littell, 597 in the Vega. Also, be sure to buy back in. If your Winlight does not come on, you head to the bottom of the timing tower here at FRBR Central. Bring $100 with you and get back in for your chance to win 10 grand. Winlight, give it to Mark. 595.6 on the 597. And he was definitely on the green side. Tower side, Bill Moore. 6 flat with a 0 on a 601, 15 on the red, no good. Scott Smith now in the Penske Racing lane, 6 flat the dial, taking on Bobby Smith, 635 in the Mustang. Win light, give it to Scott Smith. Double breakout run. 599.9 on the 6 flat dial with a 23 light. Bobby Smith, 34 at the hit. Breaks it out more. Goes 633.0 and the 635 for the loss. The Murray boys back up with their duster. 636 the dial. Taking on Terry Sachs here, tower side, 649. Winlight, give it to Murray. Dead on with a 9 to be 13 total. Thanks for playing Terry Sachs. Sachs was 10 on the hit, then goes 645.4 on the 649 for the loss. Frank Mathior here, tower side, 660 on the S10, taking on the S10 of Mike Bryson, 637. Double breakout run, give the win to Frank. 657.3 on the 660 dial with a 12 light. Bryson 17 on the hit, goes 633.7 on the 637 for the loss. Mike Griner up in the Chevelle, 587 the dial, taking on Evan Powell in the wagon, 650. Get the win late to Griner. Powell turns it 002 red, then breaks it out big time. Griner 588.6 on the 587 will move on. Robert Smith up now, 587, taking on Matt Richeza. Dialed 576 for the FRBR killer. Winlight, give it to Smith as Richeza turns the 007 red, then runs it on down to go dead 3, throws that one away. Smith breaks it out a little bit, goes 586.4 on the 587 for the loss. John Troxel up in the Fairmont, 609, taking on Brett Schlitting, 591 for the Camaro. Winlight goes to Brett. Double breakout run, 589.7 on the $591 at 118. Troxel, 605.7 on the 609 at 113 for the loss. Kyle Core up now. Runner up last night, 627 the dial, taking on Harley Parson in the Malibu, 667. Winlight, give it to Core. 633.9 on the 627 at 104 with the 24 light. Parson 49 at the hit, goes 672.4 on the 667 dial for the loss. Gary Ewing, 616 here, tower side the Camaro. Chris Gonier, 649. Get the win light there to Gary Ewing. He'll move on. Austin Yunt, last night's Gamblers race winner, 6:05 the dial, take on Denny McCloskey, 6:63 for the Firebird. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We need yellow and green run stickers. Yellow and green run stickers. Can we get you to 1 and 2, please? Yellow and green to 1 and 2, please. Yellow and green run stickers to 1 and 2, please. Frank Armando, 672 here, tower side. Tom Scrifignano, 682 in the pickup. Win light, give it to Frank, 674.3 on the 672 dial. Scrifignano goes 684.5 on the 682 for the loss. Jana Embley, 757 here, tower side in the Blazer, taking on Jesse Johns, 630 for the Camaro. Okay, tension the pits, tension the pits. Yellow and green, need you to 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Overflow will go to 1 and 2. 7 and 8 for yellow and green. 7 and 8 for yellow and green. Overflow will go to 1 and 2. So we've called all colors now. Doubles, red, blue, yellow, and green. Doubles, red, blue, yellow, and green. You should start heading to 7 and 8 if you've not made your run yet. Jana Embley with the win there as Jesse turns it red. Jana goes 753.6 on the 757 dial and moves on. Mike Barbone here, tower side in the Malibu, 664, taking on Mike Franick, 624 for the Dart. Win light, give it to Barbone. 664.0 on the 664 dial to be 19 total. Frantic 26 and Wasting Gas goes 627.2 on the 624 dial for the loss. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 689 here tower side in the pickup, taking on CJ Ketterer in the Maverick, 651. Mikey Ulrich now, 744, taking on Paul Northrup over in the far lane, 674. Win light, give it to Northrup, 677.0 on the 674 dial at 94 mile an hour. With an 11 late, Ulrich breaks it out, 743.2 on the 744 for the loss. Win light, give it here tower side. 007 up front goes 576.9 on the 573 dial. Dave Harvey Jr. breaks it out 692.7 on the 694 with a 25 late for the loss. Raymond Whitehead 602 in the Camaro tower side, taking on Brian Davison 664 in the Camaro on Camaro battle. Winlight, give it to Davison. 664-1 on the 664 dial to be 35 total. Whitehead, 003 red up front, breaks it out 599.2 on the 602. He'll hit the buyback window, which is located at FRBR Central at the bottom of the timing tower. Bring $100 with you, get back in for 10 grand to win. Nathan Mendenhall, 623 tower side in the pickup, taking on the Fox body of Amy Ferronley. I'm probably butchering that bad. I apologize, Amy. 614. Winlight, give it to Mendenhall as Amy has issues. Mendenhall 18 to Amy 17, then issues for the Fox body. All right, Amy's off the track. Denny Renninger up now here, tower side 743, taking on the Buick of Lee Zane, 689. Denny in control here. See what they can do at the big end. Winlight, give it to Denny. Double breakout win, 741.4 on the 743 dial with a 23 late. Lee, late for him, 51 goes 684.2 on the 689 dial for the loss. Richie Hoffman here, tower side 762, taking on Bobby Pipp, 737 in the Mustang. Double breakout win goes to Richie, 760 with a 7 on a 762, the 25 late. Bobby Pipp, 735-1 on the 737 for the loss. A lot of running out here, a lot of breakouts. Joe McLaughlin, 826 here, tower side in the Malibu, taking on Jason Lawrence in the pickup, 690 for the S10. Brake lights, wind light. Give it to Joe McLaughlin. 827.2 on the 826 dial with the much worse light. Jason Lawrence, 24 up front. Can't get there on the big end. 7 flat with a 9 on the 690 dial. The 124 total here, tower side will take the win. Chris Connor, 605. Taking on Pat Barbone, 648 for the Malibu. $1,000 margin victory going to Chris Connor. 24, 2 above 5 on the 605 dial. Pat Barbone goes 648.3 on the 648, but the 47 reaction time, no good. Connor will move on. Soggy Dunn up now in the FRBR house truck. 579 the dial, taking on Brandon Karagizian, 726 for the Malibu. Talked to Soggy last night. He said they're not coming any slack out there. Today is no different. But Winlight goes to Soggy. 578.1 on the 579 dial with a 006 light. Brandon, 005 up front, goes 721.4 on the 726 dial. Soggy feeds him the straight and grabs the Winlight on his way by. Well, this one could get interesting. Matt Ream, 646 here tower side, taking on Corey Ream over in the far lane, 730. Winlight, the pickup, 732.8 on the 730 dial for Corey Ream. Tower side Matt Ream, 654.1 on the 646 dial for the loss. Kyle Harrell, 633 here tower side, take on Tony D. Leonardo, 681. Winlight, give it to Harrell. 629.4 on the 633 dial with a 36 light. Leonardo 23 up front and breaks out by a ton. Takes a football field down there. 669.7 on the 681 for the loss. Zach Rothenberger, 713 here tower side in the Camaro, taking on Dave Harvey III, 670. Winlight, give it to Dave Harvey III. 11 up front, goes 675.1 on the 670 dial for the loss. Rothenberger late at the hit and can't get it done on the big end. 717.3 on the 713 dial for the loss. John McClure up now in the Nova. The Watson McDaniel Nova will dial in at 677, taking on Jamie Cologne, 672. Marcus McClure is up now. Marcus McClure in the Nova. Winlight, give it to Jamie Cologne. 668.5 on the 672 dial with a 40 light. Marcus turns it red, then goes 668.0 on the 670 dial. Charles Augustine, 741 in the Dart, taking on Andrew Bercudo, 710 in the Firebird. Give the win to Charles Augustine. 009 up front goes 742.8 on the 741 dial at 90 mile an hour. Andrew 22 on the red side, then breaks it out 706.7 on the 710 dial. Neither driver with a reaction time to write home about, but Zach Zimmerman will grab the win late. 675.4 on the 671 dial. Brian Quillette goes 671.3 on the 667 dial, and neither driver will put that ticket up on the board as their best of the weekend. John Dixon, 771 here in the Chevy 2, taking on Joe Dedrick, 557 for the Camaro. On the big end, here comes Dedrick, win late. Dedrick, 55 up front, goes 558.4 on the 557 dial at 123. John breaks it out big time, 763.0 on a 771 with an 85 late for the loss. Brandon Shelley here, tower side, 676 in the Camaro, taking on Dennis Core, 689. And Brandon turns on the red bulb in the Soggy Dunn Camaro. I believe they just put a motor in that this morning. It goes down there and does what it does. 675.9 on the 676 dial, but they'll have to hit the buyback window for that red light. Dennis goes dead on with a 0 to be 35 total. Nice lap. Mike Dugan here, tower sides, 592. Aaron Thiem over in the far lane, 676. Win light, give it to Aaron, double breakout, win, goes to her, 675.7 on the 676 dial at 102. Mike Dugan, 589.3 on the 592 with a 28 light, can't get it done on the big end, he'll have to buy back. Rob Snyder up now in the Granada. One of two people in this world to turn a Granada into a race car, the other one is known as Bigfoot. 643, his dial taking on Jake Narr, 551 for the battery charger killer. Win light, give it to Narr. 006 up front, puts it 2 above 2 to be 28 total. Locks out the 46 reaction time of Rob Snyder. Snyder goes 644.8 on the 643 dial, 104 for the loss. Todd Thoman, 631, taking on Michael Lombardo in the Camaro, 735. .008 red here, tower side gives the win to Michael Lombardo. Lombardo gets away with one there. Goes dead 0 to be 78 total. Todd breaks it out, 628.9 on the 631 for the loss. Tension in the pits. We have a racer in need. Parts call going out for Kyle Rice. Kyle Rice needs a welder. If you have a welder and can help out Kyle Rice, he would be greatly appreciative. If you know where Kyle's parked, head over to him with your welder, or if you don't, come to the FRBR Central at the bottom of the timing tower, and we will get you pointed in the right direction. Parts call, need a welder for Kyle Rice. Kyle Rice needs a welder. Kurt Holland, 003 red. Give the win to Walt Haas. Walt 638.4 on the 639 with a 19 late. Kurt, too much one-wheeling out there last night. Goes 609.9 on the 611 dial for the loss with the 003 red light. Marty Flagel here now, 565 in the Nova, taking on Tanner Kutzers, 585. Oh boy, Marty Flagel is in deep trouble and gets it done on the big end. Tanner going to kick himself. That's a burn ticket. Keep all the sharp objects away from him. He goes trip zip up front, then breaks it out. 14 total ones, I guess. One under with a 4 on the dial. Marty gets to the big end, drops anchor, grabs the wind light. Brandon Michaels up now, 680 the dial in his backup Camaro. Taking on the Nova here, tower side, the Jeff Serra Nova 622. Wind light go to Brandon. He's going to go 679.7 on the 680 with a 42 light. The Nova breaks it out big time, 609.5 on the 622 dial with a 75 red light. Michaels will move on. Alan Yunt, 597, taking on Caleb Klein in the pickup, 649. Double breakout, wind light. Give it to Alan Yunt in the Roadster. Breaks it out 1 thou with a 19 reaction time. Caleb Klein, 7 thou out. 24 at the hit, no good. Gets there first by 001. Loses by 006. Stephen Dickey, 617 in the Camaro, taking on Kyle Robb in the Chevy 2. 593 the dial. .003 margin of victory. Give it to Kyle Robb. What a drag race. Stephen Dickey pulled in the lanes wrong. Dickey, 3 dead 7 to be 10 total. Thanks for playing. Kyle Robb, 1 dead 6, 7 total. Moving on. And who says Footbrake Racing can't be ultra competitive? Kevin Mendenhall up here now, 619, fresh off his Shady Maple Smorgasbord feast from this morning, if he made it there. Taking on the Camaro over in the far lane, 751 for the driver out of Southampton, New Hampshire. That shall remain unnamed. Winlight, give it to Mendenhall. Double breakout run, 618 with a 1, a 619 with a 26 late. The Camaro, 749.5 on the 751 at 86 mile an hour for the loss. John Lundino, 715 in the Mustang, taking on Mark Ketterer, 737 for the Aspen. Winlight, give it to Ketterer, dead 6 to be 69 total. John Lundino breaking it out, 5 thou on the big end. Took 13, need to take 8 or less for the win. Ray Keown here, tower side, 582. Taking on Sage Embley, 595. Give the win light there to Ray Keown. He's 22 up front, goes 1 above 5 on the 582 dial. Sage Embley breaks it out, 594.0 on the 595 for the loss. Wade Kubicki here at tower side, 621. Taking on Emily Core, 657. For the driver over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Win light, give it to Wade. 622.5 on the 621 dial with a 33 light. Core, 42 at the hit, then goes 659.8 on the 657 and 104 for the loss. Stevie Dustin back up now in the Mustang. 659 for the Cheap Heat. Taking on Paul Werner, 722 for the Malibu Wagon. Win light to Paul Werner. As Dustin turns that one 002 red, Werner will move on. Mike Ferrari, 651 in the Chevy 2 over in the Lucas Oil Lane tower side. Leanne Redrow. Leanne, 638 in her S10. Wayne did so bad yesterday that everybody fired him, including himself. Win light's going to go to Mike. Leanne breaks it out and goes red. She'll head to the buyback window. Mike, 649.2 on the 651 for the loss. Brock Mosier here, tower side in the Vega Wagon, 550 the dial. Taking on Stacy Orth, 587 for the Camaro. Final call for all cars. Final call, all cars to the lanes. Final call, all cars. Final call. Mosier hanging them out there quite a ways. Win light, give it to Stacy Orr. Stacy 001 up front, goes 585.9 on the 587 dial. Mosier 547.4 on the 550 dial with a 007 light, takes 009 straight, but cannot woe it up enough to get on that 550 dial. Tina Orth is in trouble. Win late. Bob DeYoung here, tower side. 592.8 on the 589 dial with a 34 late. Tina. 575.0 on the 577 dial. Late at the hit. Roy Krupp here, tower side. In Melanie's S10, 632. Taking on Kevin Core in the Demon, 703. Rory will move on. His Core turns it 12 red. Rory breaks down 631.4 on the 632 dial. Kevin 697.2 on the 703 for the loss. Kyle Gockley up now in the S10, 585. Rob Hockmiller is 577 in the Nova. Win late, give it to Rob Hockmiller. 581.3 on the 577 dial with a 15 late. Gockley late at the hit, breaks it out 2 thou. 584.8 on the 585 dial for the loss. He'll head to the FRBR Central Buyback window at the bottom of the timing tower. Dan Wally, 598 here, tower side, taking on Steve Long in the Mustang, 679. Pair of good lights here down at the stripe. Win light, give it to Steve Long by 001. Long, 007 up front, goes 682.2 on the 679 dial at 99 miles an hour. Wally, 12 at the hit, goes 6 flat with an 8 on the 598 dial at 108 for the loss. Eric Tenney here, tower side now in the dart, 652, taking on Chris Culp, 582. Win light, give it to Eric Tenney, dead on with a 6. To be 34 total, takes out Culp's 64 reaction time and breaks it out on the big end, 581.1 on the 582 for the loss. Gary Semper's back up now, 563 for the Mustang, taking on the Monza of Dave Dissinger, 649. Win light, give it to Dissinger. 650 with a 5 on a 649 with a 15 late. Sempers, 23 at the hit, better that time, but breaks it out on the big end. 561.8 on a 563 dial. He'll head to the buyback window for sure. Chris Mattern, 655 here, tower side. Joe Soriano, 5 at 97 over there in the Jack Fisk Camaro. Win light, give it to Chris. 650 with an 8 on a 655 with a 90 light. Soriano, 54 on the red side, goes 605.3 on the 597 and 114 for the loss. Steve Dustin back up in the Mustang. 719 the dial, taking on Mark Petty-Demange. 637 for the driver out of Oxford, PA. Win light, give it to Dustin by 008. 006 up front, double breakout win, goes 718.0 on the 719 dial with 93 mile an hour. Marks 635.2 on the 637 dial with a 31 light for the loss. Chris Gunston in the Mustang, 587. Tower side, Ron Myers, 593 for the Camaro. Win light, give it to Gunston. 589.0 on the 587 dial with a 005 reaction time on the red side. Myers, big time red and does not run the number here, tower side. He'll buy back and try again. Terry Sachs back up in the Camaro, 645. Got down to think 4 cars last night in the main event. Taking on Big Travis Hill, 590 for the driver out of Thurmont, Maryland. Win late to Travis Hill, dead on with a 3 to be 119 total. Sachs going to kick himself on that one. 002 on the red side goes 646.6 on the 645. Skylar Stump, 561. Taking on Matt Witkowski, 639 in the Pontiac Astra. Winley, give it to Witkowski. 638.7 on the 639. Gets the double breakout win over Stump. 560 with a 5 on the 561 for the loss. Pete Bushnell, 584 here, tower side, taking on Travis Hill, 654 in the Falcon. Winlight, give it to Pete. 006 up front, puts it 2 above 2 for the win as Travis Hill late at the hit. Goes 1 above 1 on the 654 dial to be 89 total. Mike Christie, 633 for the S10 here, tower side, taking on Robert Bates, 581 in the Nova. I feel like with the name Robert Bates, you should probably be a Ford person. It's close enough to the infamous engine builder. But nevertheless, the Nova's ready to do battle. Win light, give it to Robert. 582.6 on the 581 dial with a 12 late. Christie here, tower side 22, then puts it 4 above 4 on the 633 dial for the loss. Bill Moore, 601, taking on Matt Richeza. 576 for the Mustang. 601 here for the Cougar. Win light, give it to Richeza, 26, dead 5, be 31 total. Bill Moore was ready. 006, breaking it out, 1 foul. Brett Schlitting, 591, tower side in the Camaro, taking on the Mustang of Bobby Smith, 631. Win light by 008 goes to Brett. 593.6 on the 591 dial with a 50 late at 109. Bobby Smith goes 636.6 on the 631 dial with a 28 late for the loss. Dylan Moore, 664 here, tower side, taking on Vince Kuseman. And the Cutlass, 674. Give the win light here, tower side in the Penske lane by 002, margin of victory. Dylan Moore moving on, dead 2 to be 29 total. Vince 16 up front, then 1 above 5 for the loss. Stan Pfeiffer back up in the Nova, 615, taking on Frank Ferrari in the Firebird, 683. Win late to Stan Pfeiffer, 616.6 on the 615 dial. It'll be 16 total. These trips zip up front. Ferrari dead on with a 3 to be 41 total, but no good. Ryan Ouellette, 663 in the Mustang, taking on Jeff Hatfield, 703 in the Plymouth. Win light, give it to Hatfield. 734.6 on the 703 dial. As Ryan, big time red, then goes 669.7 on the 663. Tim Albach, 6'11 here, tower side. Vincent Branca, 5'68 over there in the Camaro. I think Vinny was looking for a grid yesterday. Must have got one. Goes 567.6 on the 568 dial with a 37 late on the double breakout win over Tim Albach. Tim 6080 on the 611 with a 59 late. Jeremy Kleinfelter 679 in the orange S10 taking on Scott Embley 593 for the Chevelle. Buyback cars, you are on standby. Buyback cars are on standby. Buyback cars for the buyback round, you are on standby. Jeremy Kleinfelter gets the win there, 680 with a 0 and a 679 with a 29 late. Scott Embley, 24 at the hit, goes 596.5 on a 593 for the loss. Trish Witt up now in the NAR Camaro, 583 taking on John Troxel, 605 in the Fairmont. Once again, buyback cars, you are on standby. This is your standby call for buyback cars for the buyback round. Standby call for buyback cars. Start getting them ready. We'll be calling you to the lanes soon. Not yet, but soon. Winlake, give it to Trish Witt. She's dead 2 to be 37 total. Troxel, 2 above 5 on the 23 dial. No good. Mike Griner back up in the Chevelle, 588, taking on Mike Bryson in the S10, 635. Winlake, give it to Griner. Dead on with a 2 to be 45 total. Bryson, 35 at the hit, had the starting line advantage, but breaks it out. 632.4 on the 635 dial for the loss. Frank Mathior Jr., 656 here tower side in the S10. No information for the driver over in the far lane just yet. 664 the dial. Frank will get the win, 22. At the hit, then goes 654.7 on the 656 dial. Far lane 661.3 on the 664 for the loss. Scott Smith, 599 here tower side. Taking on Kyle Core in the dart, 629. Winlight, give it to Kyle Core, 28, then goes 1 above 2 to be 40 total. Locks out the 55 reaction time from Scott Smith. Dead on with a 9, no good. Take $100, head to the FRBR Central downstairs and grab your buyback. Robert Smith, 586, taking on Mike Barbone, 662. Smith here tower side, Barbone over in the Lucas Oil lane. Double O 09, give the margin of victory to Mike Barbone. 28 at the hit, goes 663.1 on the 662 dial. Smith, 588.9 at 114 on the 586 dial with a 19 reaction time for the loss. Jimbo Ramanja, 710. Taking on Evan Powell, 644. Win late, give it to Jimbo. House turns to 004 red, throws away, dead on with a 1. Jimbo, 7 above on the 710 dial. We'll move on. Double buybacks to 3 and 4, please. Double buybacks to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double buybacks to 3 and 4, please. First call going out for double buybacks to 3 and 4, please. Give the win late to Gonier. 648.9 on the 647 dial with a 35 late at 105. Mark Littell here at Tower Side, 597.9 on the 596 with a 61 late. No good. George Fisher back up in the Camaro, 640 the dial. Taking on Bill Carroll, 628 in the Monza. Win late goes to Carroll as Fisher turns it red. 624.8 on the 628 dial. Fisher, 644.3 on the 640 for the loss. The Murray boys back up in the Duster, 636. Taking on Bobby Pipp, 735 in the Mustang. Double red light, give the true start win to Bobby Pipp. 002 red goes 732.9 on the 735 dial. Tower side, 004 red, breaking it out as well for the loss. No information here, Tower side, 759 the dial. CJ Ketter, 650 in the Maverick. Give the win to Ketter, 654 with a 2 on the 650 dial with a 37 late. Tower side, 93 at the hit, goes 1 above 5 for the loss. Kevin Lacey, 715 here, Tower side, taking on Tom Scriffignano, 682 for the S10. Win late, give it to Scriffignano, 686.5 on the 682 with a 23 late. Lacey here, Tower side, late, and then breaks it out. 711 with a 5 on the 715 dial for the loss. No information here, Tower side, 574 the dial. Taking on Pat Barbone, 647 in the Malibu. Tower side going to get the win, 009. Barbone, 008 red. Throws away dead on 1. Tower side, 576.7 on the 574 for the loss. No information here, Tower side again. Taking on Andy Sweeson over in the far lane, 677. Winlight, give it to Northrop, 671.2 on the 677 dial. Tower side red goes 666.1 on the 673 for the loss. Harley Parson back up in the Malibu, 667, taking on Layla Gockley, 727. I need all buybacks, all buybacks. Double should be there, double should be there. All buybacks to 3 and 4, spill over to 5 and 6. All buybacks to 3 and 4, spill over to 5 and 6, please. Get the win to Harley Parson, 668.5 on the 667 dial. Layla, 69 to hit, then breaks it out, 723.9 on the 727 for the loss. Dave Harvey Jr. doesn't know what to do with his hands, but he's dialed to 692. Taking on Austin Yunt, last night's Gamblers Race winner, 603 for the Vega. One thou margin of victory, give it to Yunt. One above 5 on the 603 dial to be 34 total. Harvey, 29 at the hit, then goes dead 6 to be 35 total in the loss. Jana Embley, 755 in the Blazer, taking on Corey Ream in the pickup, 732. All cars for buybacks to 3 and 4, spill over to 5 and 6. All cars for buybacks have been called to the lanes. Winlight, Jana Embley, dead on with the 2 to be 27 total. Locks out Corey Reams, 39 reaction time. Corey breaks it out, 728 with the 5 on 732 for the loss. Brandon Karagizian, 721, taking on Lee Zane, 686 in the Buick. Driver, car number 0455, we need you to your car now, please. Driver, car number 0455, we need you to your car in the lanes now, please. Winlight, Lee Zane, 12, 1 above 0 to be 22 total. Locks out Brandon Karagizian's 40 reaction time. He goes 1 above 1, 51 total, and headed to the buyback window. Tower side, no information just yet. In the Jeff Saranova. Dial to 607, take on Dave Harvey Jr., 668. That should probably be Dave Harvey the third. Winlight, give it to Harvey. 12, 2 above 7 for the win, the Nova. 6099 on the 607 with a 34 late for the loss. Kevin Mendenhall back up in the Chevy 2, 617, taking on John Northrop, 630. Windlight, give it to Mendenhall. 39, puts it one above 7 on the 617 dial at 106. Northrop breaks it out, trying to get there. 628.6 on the 630 dial, but the 66 reaction time, no good. Brock Mosher back up in the wheel stand in Vega. 545 the dial. Jamie Cologne, 669 in the Camaro. Wheels up and away for Mosher. Windlight, give it to Jamie. 13, dead 6 to be 19 total. Mosher, 002 at the hit, can't run the number. 549.2 on the 545 for the loss. Soggy Dunn back up in the FRBR house truck, goes red, 19 red, gives the true start win to Mike Frantic. Frantic 008 red, then goes 623.2 on the 625. Soggy 576.5 on the 578 for the loss. Oh, this will be a good one here. This will be a good one. Brandon Michaels, 684 over in the far lane. Tower side, Marty Flagel, 564. It might actually be Terry Benton in the Camaro. I'm not sure. Either way, Windlight goes to Flagel. 22, then goes 567.2 on the 564 dial. Benton or Michaels, 683.5 on the 684 for the loss. Flagel moves on. Joe Dedrick, 557 in the Camaro, taking on Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 654. Windlight, Dedrick, 002, puts it 2 above 2 for the win. Takes out McCloskey's 46 reaction time and dead on 3. 49 total, no good. Thanks for playing, Dedrick. Moving on. Tony DiLeonardo in the Mustang, 669, taking on Jason Lawrence, 644. Once again, we've called all cars for buybacks to 3 and 4. All cars for buybacks should be to the lanes. .002 margin victory, give it to Lawrence. 009, then goes 650 with an 8 on a 644 at 101. DiLeonardo, 29 at the hit, and goes 674.0 at 103 on the 669 dial. Bud McNasby here, tower side, 683. Must have found a starter. Taking on Shorty, Paul Tim Jr., 593 for last night's winner. Final pair, first round, coming at you. Give the win to Paul Tim Jr. McNasby won't cash in on the bounty. Tim, 29, then 588.6 on the 593 at 118. McNasby, 672.2 at 101 on the 683 dial with the 004 red light. And that will conclude Corbett Incorporated round number 1 of Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. Matt Richez over in the far lane, 561. Tower side, Gary Sempers. Sempers 561. Richez 576. At the stripe, give the win light to Richeza. He's 009, dead 4 to be 13 total. Sempers 20, dead 3 to be 23 total. Thanks for playing. Have a great day on that entry. Bill Moore here in the Cougar Tower side, 6 flat. Taking on the Fairmont, 606 in the far lane. Win light, give it to the Fairmont. 008 up front, puts it 2 above 0 to be 28 total. The Cougar breaks out by 3 thou, 31 to hit, no good. The Fairmont back in. Tower side 744, far lane 632. Win late far lane 634.0 at 104 on the 632 dial. Tower side 738.3 on the 744 for the loss. Steve Dustin 717 here tower side. Far lane 580. Win late here, tower side to Steve Dustin. Dead on with a 2 to be 28. Total locks out the far lanes, 47 reaction time, and moves on. Tower side 599, far lane 671. Terry Sachs here, tower side 645, taking on Evan Powell, 644 in the almost heads-up matchup. Red light for Sachs, 007 get the win to Poust. Poust goes 1 above 0 to be 30 total and moves on back into the main event. Marcus McClure, tower side 673, far lane 749. Double breakout win. Give it to the far lane, 747.7 on the 749 dial. Tower side, 668.1 on the 673 for the loss. Kurt Holland, 611. Far lane, 675. Win light far lane, 674.9 on the 675 dial with the 28 light tower side. 001 red goes 608.4 on the 611 for the loss. Tower side 588, far lane 646. Tower side big time red. His crew will be heckling him when he gets back to the pits. Goes 586.0 on the 588. Far lane 644.8 on the 646 for the loss. Tower side 649. Far lane 656. Win late double breakout, 643.2 on the 644. Here, tower side of the 005 late. Far lane was 23 at the hit, goes 652.5 on the 656 dial. John Londino here, tower side 711. Far lane in the pickup, 646. Moving through buybacks here. Apologize for no announcing. The way the computer's set up, we don't have the names in the file for the buyback round. 617 the dial here, tower side. 722 over in the far lane. Far lane, I believe, is Brandon Karagizian. Win late tower side, 616-2 on the 617. Far lane, 720 with a 1 on a 722 for the loss. Tower side, 629. Far lane, 659. Tower side, dead 7 to be 50 total. Far lane, starting line advantage, can't get it done on the big end. 008 breaks it out, fourth owl for the loss. Kyle Gockley, 585 here, tower side. Far lane, 597. When late, Gockley, 007, puts it 4 above 5 on the 585 dial. Far lane breaks it out. Late at the hit, he goes 594.6 on the 597. Far lane, the Murray boys, 636 tower side. The Soggy Done Camaro that's not Soggy Done, 676. One late here, tower side. Dead 5 to be 46 total. Far lane, 001 red, then goes 629.9 on the 636. Tower side, 632, taking on Andrew Bercudo in the Pontiac 708. Winlight, give it to Leanne. She's 629.7 on the 632 dial at 106. Moving on. Andrew, 007 up front. Can't get it done the big end. 705.6 on the 708 dial for the loss. Tower side, 679. Far lane, 683. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Realtor Rob. Round number 2 of Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. Double entries to 1 and 2. Double entries to 1 and 2 for round 2. Doubles to 1 and 2 for round 2. 10 mile back here, tower side, I believe. Far lane is Lee Zane. Lee Zane 686, tower side 608. Win late. Tower side dead 6 to be 11 total. Lee Zane, thanks for playing. 31 at the hit, breaking it out, 683.4 in the 686. Tower side Mustang 669, far lane Jack Fisk Camaro 597. Win late tower side. Fisk turns it red. 6011 on the 597 dial. Tower side 47 to hit. Goes 661.2 on the 669 for the win. Corey Ream over in the far lane. 729. Tower side 6 flat. Win late far lane 727.8 on the 729. Tower side 598.7 on the 6 flat. Gary Semper's here. Tower side 561. Far lane 624. Win late tower side. Dead on with a 0 to be 14 total. Far lane breaking it out a whole one. 623.0 on the 624 with a 31 light for the loss. Brandon Michaels, I think, here. Tower side 684. Far lane Evan Powell 645. Win late to Poust. Double breakout win. Goes 644.1 on the 645 of the 009 late. Tower side, the Camaro 676.3 on the 684 with a 14 late for the loss. Stevie Dustin, 656, taking on Denny McCloskey, 656 heads up dial. Win late, far lane, 006, 659.4 on the 656. Tower side, breaking it out, 2 thou for the loss. Far lane, 671, tower side, 559. Final call for doubles. Final call for doubles for round 2. Red and blue to 1 and 2. Doubles, red and blue. Doubles, red and blue to 1 and 2, please. Doubles, red and blue to 1 and 2 for round 2. Doubles, red and blue to 1 and 2 for round 2. Again, working through buyback round here. Don't have any names to announce, so trying to do the best if I know who it is. And I believe that was John Northrup just got the win over there. Tower side turns it red. Tower side here, Brandon Karagizian, Scott Embley over in the far lane, 593 for Scott, 720 here, tower side for Brandon. Win light here, tower side to Brandon. 006, dead 9 to be 15 total. Locks out Embley's 47 reaction time, breaking it out 2,000 on the big end. Camaro back up now. 640 the dial, taking on the Nova, 606. Brock Moser over in the far lane, 549, tower side, 699. One light, give it to Mosier. Tower side, 48 on the red side. Mosier goes 009 up front, then 546.6 on the 549. So just waiting for a few cars here to get back around for the buyback round. We got, I think, a couple more pairs, and then we'll be done. We'll be ready for Realtor Rob round 2. A lot of great sponsors that go into this event that make it possible. Definitely can't do it without them. We got to thank Blittersdorf's Automotive, presenting sponsor of Door Wars this year. Ken's Custom Chassis, C2 Competition Converters and Machining, VP Roadrunner Race Fuels, Access Insurance Agency, B&M Performance, Portatree Timing Systems, Midtown Tire and Automotive, Grinder Brothers Heating and Cooling, K&R Performance and Engineering, Corbett Incorporated, S&L Renovations, Altronics, Embley Family Racing, ISC Racers Tape, The Design Joint, Summit Racing Equipment, and Realtor Rob. Also, while it's quiet, 20 more minutes on the Racers Dinner. So they had a few extra tickets come up and bought. So if you haven't claimed your Racers Dinner yet, you got 20 minutes. I was downstairs talking with Andy, and he said he might buy another one himself so he can go get another cheesesteak. It was that good. So if you're looking for a cheap $5 dinner, you got about 18 minutes to go claim that and or come to the bottom of the timing tower and buy another one. Brock Mosier hangs them high, lets them fly, gets the win light. 550 to the 6 on a 549 with a 36 light tower side. Turns it red, then goes 6056 on the 609 dial. And the buy here, 581. And this will conclude the re-entry round. So here we go, Reel to Rob, round 2 for Ken's Custom Chassis, Saturday, 10K, here at the Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars. We're ready to go. Tower side, Matt Richeza, or Farley, Matt Richeza, 576. Tower side, 758. Richeza moves on. Tower side 004 red. Richeza 602. Shuts it down early. Frank Matthew, tower side 654. Farlane Kyle Core 626. $15,000 margin of victory. Give it to Frank Matthew. 657 won the 654 with a 31 late. Kyle Core 46 at the hit, goes 627.7 on the 626 for the loss. Tower side 576 the dial. Farlane Vince Kuseman 675. Triple 03 margin of victory. Give it to the Cutlass. 45 up front, goes 676.8 on the 675 dial. Tower side gives that one back. 580 with a 7 on the 576 dial with a 16 late for the loss. Tower side, Steve Dustin, 715, taking on Jed Narr, 584 in the Camaro. Windlight, give it to Narr. 589.7 on the 584 with a 23 late. Dustin, 718.1 on the 715 with a 69 late for the loss. Stephen Dickey, 616 in the Camaro. Tower side taking on CJ Ketterer, 649. Win late, CJ Ketterer, 650 with a 0 and a 649 with a 49 late. Dickey, 79 at the hit, goes dead 3, no good. All right, all colors to 3 and 4. All colors to 3 and 4, spill over to 5 and 6. All cars have been called for round 2 to 3 and 4, spill over to 5 and 6. All cars to 3 and 4, spill over to 5 and 6. Winley, give it to Dave Dissinger, 649.7 on the 649 dial to be 48 total. Pete Bushnell, 33 at the hit. Can't run the number on the big end. 584.9 on the 582 at 113 for the loss. Stan Pfeiffer here, tower side in the Chevy 2, 614. Taking on Cam Murray, 746. Possibly Kyle. Not sure which one is driving the Camaro. Winley, give it to the Murrays, 751.6 on the 746 at 87 mile an hour. Stan, 614.3 on the 614. Can't get it done to be 107 total. Austin Yunt, 602 in the Vega, taking on Dave Harvey III, 668. Win late, Harvey, dead 8 to get the win. 36 total. Knocks out Yunt's 38 reaction time. Yunt, dead 8, no good. Mike Greiner in the Chevelle, 588, taking on Jamie Colon, 668 for the Camaro. At the stripe, give it to Greiner. 11, 2 above, 8 for the win. Cologne, way late at the hit to be 90 total. Brett Schlitting, 589 here, tower side in the Camaro, taking on Paul Northrup, 674. We've got identical reaction times. Double breakout. Give the win to Brett here, tower side. 588.3 on the 589 dial. Northrop 673.2 on the 674 dial for the loss. Joe Dedrick, 556. Taking on Mike Barbone, 661. Win late, Dedrick, 10 up front, goes 561-1 on the 556 dial, 115. Mike Barbone, not impressive at either end. 663.3 on the 661 dial to be 103 total. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 678, taking on Corey Ream, 729 in the S10. Winlight, give it to Kleinfelter. Corey Ream going to kick himself there. Neither driver impressive. 726.0 on the 729 dial. Kleinfelter 682.0 on the 678. We'll move on. Kevin Mendenhall, 6:17. Taking on Paul Werner, 7:22 for the Malibu Wagon. Winlight giving it to Jana Embley. $7.55, $3 on the $7.52. The 13 late Vinny Bronca in the Camaro breaks it out and turns it red for the loss. 2 down, 1 back here for the rest of the night. Gary Ewing, 6:16 here, Tower Side, taking on Caleb Klein over in the Dakota, 6:45. Winlight, Caleb Klein, 004 up front, goes 6:47.6 on the 6:45 dial. Ewing, 003 red, breaks it out 2, goes 6:15 with the 1 on 6:16. Martin Flagel, 5:64, taking on Steve Long, 6:77. Give the win to Marty Flagel by 003. 41 goes 5:66.6 on the 5:64 dial. Steve Long, 42 on the hit, goes 6:79.8 on the 6:77 in the losing effort. Wade Kubicki here, Tower Side, 6:19, taking on Michael Lombardo, 7:35. Winlight, Wade Kubicki, 6:23.5 on the 6:19 dial with a 24 late. Lombardo late at the hit, puts it 1 above 5 on the 7:35 dial to be 119 total. Raymond Whitehead's 5:96. Jake Narr, 5:50 the dial. Winlight, give it to Narr, 36, goes 5:52.7 on the 5:50 at 121. Whitehead goes 5:97.2 on the 5:96 dial to be 75 total. Kyle Harrell, 631, taking on Brian Davison, 661. Win light, give it to Kyle Harrell as Brian Davison turns it 002 red and breaks it out 2 thou. Nathan Mendenhall, Tower Side, 623 in the S10, taking on Walt Haas, 639 in the Camaro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Best losing packages from yesterday. We still have them here in the Tower. Rory Krupp, Kurt Holland, and Kyle Murray. Be sure to come to the timing tower when you get a chance and pick those up. And Stephen Dickey, you have today's first round best losing package, which would have been a free buyback, so I believe. So you should have money at the bottom of the tower, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Don't hold it against me if I am. Chris Cole, we need you to the bottom of the timing tower, please. Chris Cole, we need you to the bottom of the timing tower, please. Chris Culp, we need you to the bottom of the timing tower, please. Win light there to Walt Haas, 007, dead 1 to be 8 total, takes out Mendenhall. Mendenhall, 33 up front, no good on the big end either. Charles Augustine, 742, taking on Kyle Robb, 592. Chris Culp, come to the bottom of the timing tower and bring $100 with you when you come. Chris Culp, come to the bottom of the timing tower and bring $100 with you when you come, please. Win late, Kyle Robb by 007. He's 41 up front, goes 3 above 7 on the 592 dial at 107. Charles Augustine, 56 at the hit, goes 744.9 on the 742 dial at 90 mile an hour. Denny Renninger, Tower Side in the Penske lane, 741 taking on Evan Powell, 642 in the Vega wagon. Win late, give it Tower Side to Denny. Dead 2 to be 17 total. Evan Powell's 23 at the hit. No good. Thanks for playing. 31 total. Great lap. Not good enough. Chris Connor, 605. Taking on Mike Bryson in the S10, 631. Win late, Mike Bryson, dead on with a 1 to be 19 total. Chris Connor, 15 up front, breaks it out 2 thou on the big end. No good. Scott Smith up now. Taking on Dennis Core. Core dialed in at a 687. Smith dialed in at a 598. Win like Scott Smith, 17, one above 3 to be 30 total. Core 008 on the hit, breaks it out 2 thou on the big end, had plenty of room at the stripe, couldn't get the job done. Joe McLaughlin, 825, tower side taking on Chris Gonier, 645. Win late to Chris, 647.4 on the 645. McLaughlin breaks it out, 818.3 on the 825. Todd Thoman here, tower side, 629. No information over in the far lane. 608 the dial. Win light, give it to Todd Thoman. 51 dead, 3 to be 54 total. Far lane had the starting line advantage, 21. Couldn't get the job done on the big end. 606.8 on a 608 at 108 for the loss. Alan Young here, tower side, 595. Kevin Corn, the Demon, 698. Win light, give it to Kevin Core. 7 flat with a 0 on a 698 with a 13 light. Young, 36 to the hit, goes 6 flat with a 2 on a 595 for the loss. Bob DeYoung, 591 here, tower side, taking on Pat Barbone in the Malibu, 643. Win late, Bob DeYoung, 40. 2 above 5 on the 591 dial. Barbone late at the hit, then puts it 5 above 8 on the 643 dial for the loss. Zach Zimmerman, 674, taking on Rob Hockmiller, 578. Win late goes to Rob. 579-1 on the 578 dial with a 56 light. Zimmerman extremely late and breaks it out. 670 with a 9 on a 674 at 101. Rob Snyder, 642 for the Granada, taking on Jeff Hatfield, 703 in the Plymouth. Win light, Rob Snyder. Wasn't pretty, but got the job done. He's dead on with an 8 to be 84 total. Hatfield, 23 at the hit, breaks it out 1 foul, and he took a tractor trailer. Leanne Redrow, 628 Showing the hubs how it's done. 665. It's a dial for Frank Armando in the Camaro. Soggy done, 576 here, tower side in the FRBR house truck. 576 taking on Mark Ketter, 736. Win late, Soggy, 10. Goes 581.8 on the 576 dial. Ketterer breaks it out. 5 thou on the 736 dial with a 55 late. Winley, give it to Aaron Thim in the Camaro. She goes 671.5 on the 675 dial, the 44 late. Dan Wiley, 009 red, dead 5 for the loss. Ray Keown, 582 here, tower side, taking on Tom Scripignano in the S10, 681. Winlight Scripignano, he goes 682.7 on the 681 dial. Keown turns it red and coasted on through. Eric Tenney, 651 here, tower side. Bill Carroll, 624 in the Monza. Win late, Eric Tenney, 45 at the hit, goes 652.3 on the 651 at 101. Bill Carroll, 623.2 on the 624 dial for the loss. Brandon Shelley, 677, taking on Lee Zane in the Buick, 684. Win late Lee Zane 001 puts it 3 above 6 on the 684 dial. Shelley 39 at the hit. Goes 678.9 on the 677 dial for the loss. Rory Krupp up now in the S10, 631, taking on John Northrup, 631 heads up dial. Winley, give it to Northrup. Got away with that one. Rory's going to kick himself. 001 red, coasted on through. Northrup uses his luck here in round 2 to move on to 3. Mark Littell here, tower side, 594, taking on Denny McCloskey and the Firebirds, 659. Win late, Denny McCloskey, 670 with a 2 on a 654 dial with a 41 late. Mark, late at the hit, can't run the number. Denny will move on. The Murray boys back up in the Duster, 635, taking on Bud McNasby, 677 in the Oldsmobile. Winlake, give it to Murray. 37, 1 above 3 to beat 50 total in the win. McNasby, 25 at the hit, no good on the big end. 680 with a 1 on 677 for the loss, giving the win to the Duster by 006. Harley Parsons, 666 in the Malibu, taking on Kyle Core, 629 in the Dart. Win late, Harley Parson 10 at the hit, goes 664.6 on the 666 dial. Kyle Core 30 at the hit, 627.0 on the 629, no good. Gary Sempers in the Mustang, 559, taking on Robert Bates, 580 in the Nova. Winley, give it to Sempers, 561.6 on the 559 dial with a 34 late. Bates, 43 at the hit, breaks it out, 6th thou, 579 on the 580 dial. Brandon Karagizian here, tower side 721, taking on Stacy Orth, 586 for the Camaro. Win light, give it to Brandon Karagizian, 20, 2 above 2 to be 42 total. Stacy Orth, 39 at the hit, puts it 2 above 9 for the loss. Matt Wachowski over in the far lane, 638, tower side Skylar Stump, 558. Win light to Witkowski, 32, dead 3 to be 35 total. Stump, 002 red, breaks it out 2 thou on the big end. Stevie Dustin in the Mustang, 657, taking on Bobby Pip, 731. Stevie Dustin gives that one back. 006 up front. Goes 666.9 on the 657 dial at 98 mile an hour. Bobby Pip gets the win by 008 as he's 1 above 4 on the dial. James Antoinette, 574 here, tower side, taking on Chris Gunston, 587 over in the far lane. Win light Gunston, 589, 1 on the 587 dial with a 33 light. James here, tower side, late. Dead on 2 to be 72 total. Mike Christie, 636 in the S10, taking on Brock Mosier in the wheel stand in Vega, 549. Mosier sets him down about 200 foot out at the stripe. Oh my goodness. Win light. Mike Christie by 1/10,000th of a second. He's 39 dead 0 to Mosier's 10. 2 above 9 for the win. Mosier gives that one back. Ryan Oletti, 661 here, tower side, taking on Mike Ferrari, 646 for the Chevy 2. Win late by 008 to Mike Ferrari. 55 at the hit. Goes 657.8 on the 656 at 99 mile an hour. Ryan Oletti will not be proud of that one. We'll just go with that. Stephen Dickey, 616 here tower side in the Camaro. Far lane, 649. Dave Dissinger in the Monza in the far lane. Almost identical reaction times. Win light, give it to Dissinger by 009. Dead zero to be 17 total. Dickey, one above, one to be 26 total for the loss. Jimbo Romagna, 710 the dial, taking on Matt Richeza in the Mustang, 577. At the straight, win light to Richeza. He's 18 up front, goes 581.4 on the 577 dial at 111. Jimbo, 42 at the hit, goes 717.2 on the 710 dial at 93 mile an hour. Dylan Moore, 663, taking on Vince Cusimano, 675. Win light, give it to Moore. 003 up front, puts it 2 above 4 on the 663 dial at 97 miles an hour. Vince goes 27 at the hit, then 677.5 on the 675 dial at 99 miles an hour. Big Travis Hill, tower side, 590, taking on Shane Andergart. 749 the dial. Win late to Travis Hill, 12 at the hit. Breaks it out, one whole one. 589.0 on the 590. Shane Andergart, 001 red, goes 742.5 on the 749 for the loss. Frank Matthew Jr., 655 here at tower side. Over in the Lucas Oil lane, that is Jamie Sirocco, 605 in the Jeff Saranova. Win light, give it to Matthew Orr Jr. 24 at the hit, goes 1 above 3 on the 655 dial. Sirocco breaks it out. 48 at the hit, goes 603.5 on the 605 dial at 106 for the loss. Tim Albeck, 607 here at tower side, taking on CJ Ketterer, 649. Win light to Ketterer. Identical reaction times, 29 each. Dead 7 goes Ketterer to be 36 total. Alback can't run the number, 610 with a 3 on a 607 at 112 for the loss. Robert Smith, 586, taking on Bobby Smith, 635. Smith has got this one in the bag. Which one will it be? Robert Smith takes the win. 53 at the hit. As Bobby Smith with issues, 22 at the hit, then had to get out of it. $758 the dial here, Tower Side. Dave Harvey Jr., $690. Harvey will move on as Tower Side turns it red. Harvey lays down 7 total. He won't know what to do with his hands when he gets that time slip. Chris Mattern, $650 here, Tower Side. Mike Barbone, $663 in the Malibu in the far lane. Barbone with issues gives the competition bye to Chris Mattern. Trish Witt, $583 coming up next here, Tower Side, taking on Andy Sweeson, or Swayson, maybe. Could possibly also be known as Paul Northrup, $671. When they give it to Northrup. As Trish, no good that round. Kyle Gockley up now, $586, taking on Corey Ream in the pickup, $729. Gockley's $586. Winlight, give it to Ream. Gockley breaks out, 584.7 on the 586 with 27 late, the better but losing. Took too much at the stripe. Corey, dead on with a 6. Moves on. Pete Bushnell here, Tower Side, 582, taking on Tanner Kutzers, 583 in the Camaro. Winlight, give it to Kutzers. 16 at the hit, goes 588.6 on the 583. Bushnell was late, 585.8 on the 582 at 117. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 681, taking on Dave Harvey III, 668 in the Pontiac. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need C2, Competition Converters and Machining, round number 3. Double entries to 1 and 2, double entries to 1 and 2, please. Give the win to Dave Harvey III, 48 at the hit, goes 670 with a 6 on a 668. Kleinfelter, late at the hit, then breaks it out, 677.7 on the 681. Harvey will move on. Brandon Michaels up, 671 in the Camaro, taking on Mike Franek, 622 in the Dart. C2, Competition Converters and Machining, round number 3 of Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. I need double entries to 1 and 2, please. Doubles to 1 and 2, please. Winlight, give it to Brandon Michaels. 18 at the hit, goes 669.2 on the 671 dial at 104. Franek, 001 red, throws away dead on 8. Alston Yunt, 602 in the Vega, taking on Jamie Cologne, 667 for the Camaro. Winlight, 009, give it to Jamie Cologne, 37 total as they go dead 1 down there. Austin Yunt goes 1 above 4 to be 46 total on the 602 dial. No good, though. Kevin Mendenhall in the Chevy 2, dialed in at a 617, taking on Jason Lawrence, 648. Winlight, give it to Lawrence. Double breakout. 647.2 on the 648 dial with a 35 late. Mendenhall can't get the job done there. 615 with a 1 and a 617 with a 15 late at 108. Takes 03 straight. Got to be better than that, Kev. Steve Dustin, 718 in the Mustang, taking on Mike Bryson. 631 for the S10. $15 red, I believe that'll end Dustin's day. 715 with an 8 on 718. Bryson goes dead 7, beat 42 total and move on. Mike Griner up in the Chevelle, 588, taking on Evan Powell, 642. Winlight, give it to the wagon. 1 above 7 to be 27 total. Griner, 31 in the tree, locked out, no good. Puts it 1 above 4 on the 588 dial at 116 for the loss. Brett Schlitting, 589 in the Camaro, taking on John Troxel in the Fairmont, 605. Win light 005, give it to John Troxel. He's one above 2 on the 605 dial to be 71 total. Locks out the reaction time of Brett. Brett runs it on down to be dead on with a 4 to be 76 total. Joe Dedrick here, tower side, 555, taking on Brock Mosier, 549. This will be a good matchup here. Here we go, clean and green on both sides. Dedrick's in trouble, win light, Mosier dead on with a 6 to be 12 total. Dedrick, thanks for playing, wasting gas. 36 at the hit, goes 554.4 on the 555 dial for the loss. Stan Pfeiffer, 613 here, tower side, taking on Jana Embley in the Blazer, 755. Give the true start win to Jana Embley. She's 001 red, goes 752.8 on the 755. Pfeiffer, 23 red, goes 612 with a 9 on 613 for the loss. Paul Tim Jr., last night's winner, 589 the dial for Shorty, taking on Marty Flagel here, tower side, 562 in the Nova. This will be a good matchup. Win light, give it to Shorty. He holds on to the bounty. 40 total for the win. 007 margin of victory. Flagel had the starting line advantage. 13 goes 565.4 on the 562 dial at 116 for the loss. Okay. We've called doubles red and blue to 1 and 2. Doubles red and blue to 1 and 2 for round number 3. Located in the heart of Kennett Square, PA, Blittersdorf Automotive is a family-owned and operated business for over 60 years. This one-stop shop offers complete automotive truck and trailer services. From basic repairs, complete engine or transmission replacements, and vehicle accessory upgrades, they are your destination. Brian and his crew also handle state inspections, emissions, and utilize a state-of-the-art alignment and diagnostic center. From daily driver to street rod and performance vehicles, call Blittersdorf at 610-444-0175 for all of your automotive needs. We're ready to head into C2 competition converters and machining round number 3, and using state-of-the-art equipment and the latest in 3D modeling, design, and analysis software, they are producing the finest racing converters on the market. With countless hours of testing in Footbrake .90 classes, stock, super stock, top dragster, top sportsman, and hardcore bracket racers, they are there to help. Whether it is a Sprag or Spragless converter per your application, if you have the desire for consistency, they have what you need. Give them a call. C2 Competition Converters and Machining. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need all remaining colors. All cars have now been called for round number 3 to 1 and 2. All remaining cars have been called to round number 3 to lanes 1 and 2. All cars have been called to the lanes now for round number 3. As we're ready to go, they're firing up and headed down the hill, coming around the corner. All overflow will go to 3 and 4. Overflow to 3 and 4. So if 1 and 2 are full, head to 3 and 4. All cars have been called to the lanes for round number 3. Here we go. Frank Mathior, 655, taking on Matt Richeza. Richeza, 577 in the Mustang. Win light, give it to Richeza. Dead 2 to be 29 total. Thanks for playing, Frank. 34 at the hit, no good. Goes 653.8 on the 655 at 103 for the loss. Rob Snyder, 642 here, tower side in the Granada, taking on Dave Dissinger, 649 in the Monza. Win light, give it to Rob Snyder, 005, 1 above 0 to be 15 total in the Granada. Dissinger, no good. Late, drops it down at the big end, goes 653.0 on the 649 dial to be 83 total in the loss. Scott Smith, 598, taking on CJ Ketterer, 648. Win late, give it to Scott Smith. 599.2 at 112 on the $598 with a 33 late. Ketterer dead on with a 2, but no good to be 64 total in the loss. Marty Flagel back up, 563 in the Nova. Taking on Jake Narr, 551. This one should be a barn burner. Win late, give it to Flagel, 004 margin of victory as he goes 21 up front, then goes 564-1 on the 563 dial at 116. Narr, 34 at the hit, goes dead 2 to be 36 total, but no good. Thanks for playing. Wade Kubicki here, tower side in the Maverick, 619, taking on Dave Harvey III, 668 for the Pontiac. Double 08 margin victory. Give it to Wade. Dead on with a 6 to be 48 total. Locks out the 53 of Dave Harvey. Harvey, 53 at the hit. Dead on with a 3. No good. Moving on is Wade. Todd Thoman, 629. Taking on Jed Narr, 584. As the packages start heating up. 47 red is Thoman. Give the win to Nar. Nar goes 580 with a 3 at 116. Thoman 627.0 on a 629. Tower sides, the FRBR house truck. Soggy Dunn behind the wheel, 578, taking on Walt Haas. Walt dialed a 639 in the Camaro. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Here comes Soggy. He's got his hands full. Haas with a thou in his pocket gets the win late. 641.8 on the 639 with a double of 2 late. Soggy, 13 at the hit, goes 582.3 on the 578 at 118. Haas will move on. Gary Semper's up in the Mustang, 561. Taking on Kyle Murray, 742. Winlight, give it to Sempers. He's 11, one above 2 for the win. Locks out the Camaro's 23 late, and then one above 8 on the 742 dial. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 677 here, tower side, taking on Chris Gonier, 646. Give the win to Chris. 648.3 on the 646 with a much worse reaction time. As Kleinfelter, 13 up front, takes a bus length or 2 to be 7th thou out on the big end. Brett Schlitting, 588 here, tower side, takes on John Northrup, 629. Winlight, give it to Brett. 17, goes 591.3 on the 588 dial at 110. Northrup, 630 with a 2 on a 629. But 55 to the hit, no good. Denny Renninger, 740 here, tower side, taking on the S10 in the Lucas Oil lane of Tom Scrifignano, 682 the dial. Winlight, give it to Scrifignano. Got lucky with that one. Goes 679.5 on the 682 dial at 101. 003 red was Renninger. Goes 741.5 on the 740. Kyle Harrell, 628. Tower side in the Nova, taking on Caleb Klein, 646 in the Dakota. Klein turns it red, gives the win to Harrell. Harold goes 627.4 on the 628. Klein 649.6 on the 646. Frank Armando 665 taking on Kevin Core 699 in the Demon. Win late, Kevin Core. DeYoung turns it 004 red, then goes 588.8 on the 590 dial. Core 64 at the hit, goes 703.6 on the 699. Moves on. Harley Parsons 664 for the Malibu, taking on Frank Armando 665 in the Camaro. Win late, give it to Parson as 007 red is Frank Armando. Throws away dead on 8. Harley got away with that one, and we'll move on. Brandon Karagizian 721 here, tower side, taking on Kyle Robb 592. Double 09 margin of victory. Give it to Brandon Karagizian. 19 goes 722.0 on the 721 dial to be 29 total. Locks out Kyle Robb's 35. Reaction time. Dead on with a 3:38 total. Not a bad lap, but 009 margin of victory going to Brandon. Cam Murray here, tower side, 636, taking on Mike Bryson, 632. Win late, Murray. 31, dead 4 to be 35 total. Bryson 35 at the hit, goes dead 2 to be 37 total. 002 margin victory going to Murray. Jana Embley, 753, taking on Rob Hockmiller, 578. Final call, final call. All cars have been called to the lanes. All cars have been called to the lanes. Everybody should be in lanes 3 or 4 now if you're coming back. Doubles, you need to get back if you haven't already. All cars, final call, final call. Win light 005, give it to Rob. He's 14 up front, then goes 2 above 5 on the 578 dial. Jana 27 at the hit, puts it 1 above 7 for the loss. 689 the dial for Dave Harvey Jr. Taking on Mike Christie here, tower side, 635 for the S10. Win late, Dave Harvey, 13, 1 above 4 to be 27 total. Christie breaks out 003, then puts it 1 above 0 for the loss. Dylan Moore, 662, taking on Andy Swison, otherwise known as Paul Northrop, 673. Northrop moves on, 671.8 on the 673 dial with an 11 late. Double breakout loss for Dylan Moore, 659.7 on the 662 dial. Northrop moves on. Robert Smith, 585 here, tower side, taking on Eric Tenney in the dart, 651. Win late, Robert Smith, 17, dead 2 to be 19 total. Tenney, dead on with a 1, but 44 total is no good here. Brandon Michaels, 671 in the Camaro, take on Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 658. Win late by 008, give it to McCloskey. He's 24 up front, puts it 659.9 on the 658 dial at 96 mile an hour. Takes out Michaels, 34 reaction time, and 672.7 on the 671 dial at 100 mile an hour run. Mike Greiner in the Chevelle, 588, taking on Corey Ream, 729 in the S10. Win late by 003, give it to Corey Ream, 20. Goes 2 above 1 on the 729 dial at 92 mile an hour. Greiner, dead 0 to be 44 total. Thanks for playing. Travis Hill, big Travis Hill now, 590 tower side, taking on Lee Zane in the Buick, 684. Lee Zane moving on, 7 total. Packs up Big Travis Hill, 588.7 on the 590 dial with the 32 late at 113 as Hill. Zane moves on. Tower side, Joe Dedrick, 554, taking on Brock Mosier, 547. I feel like these guys just ran last round, if I'm not mistaken, with Mosier getting the win. Dedrick, 27 to hit, goes 551.5 on the 554 at 124. Mosier, 11 red, goes 545.5 on the 547 at 125 for the loss. Frank Matthew Jr. of 652 taking on Vince Cusiman in the Cutlass, 676. .002 margin of victory goes to Vince. 29 the hit, goes 678.2 on the 676 dial at 99 miles an hour. Frank Mathior, 34 the hit, goes 653.9 on the 652 dial for the loss. Mike Ferrari, 645 here, tower side in the Chevy 2, taking on Tanner Kutzers in the Camaro, 583. Windley give it to Kutzers as Ferrari turns a 005 red. Tanner 579.5 on the 583 at 119 with a 17 light. Ferrari 005 red goes 647.2 on the 645. Tanner moves on. Matt Mikowski 639 tower side in the Pontiac Astor, taking on Evan Paust in the wagon 642. Double breakout and red light. Win goes to Matt Wachowski. 51 at the hit, goes 638.4 on the 639 dial. Evan, 26 red, goes 641.8 on the 642. We are missing one car for round number 3. If you are a double, please get back. If you are broke, please come let us know. We are missing one car for round number 3. Final call for all cars. If you haven't got to the lanes, please do. If you're broke, please come let us know. Aaron Tim, 672, taking on Paul Werner, 722. Windlight double breakout, give it to Werner, 721.4 on the 722. Tim with the starting line advantage, couldn't back it up on the big end, 671.1 on the 672 for the loss. John Troxel, tower side, 605, taking on Chris Gunston, 587 in the Mustang. Windley give it to Gunston. One above zero to be 78 total. Troxel breaks it out, 603.9 on the 605 with the 30 late for the loss. Jamie Cologne, 667 here, tower side. Bobby Pipp, 731 in the Mustang. 007 margin of victory, give it to Jamie. 54 at the hit, goes 668 for the 667 dial at 98 miles an hour. Pip, 46 at the hit, goes 733.9 on the 731 for the loss. Matt Richeza up now, tower side 577, taking on Dave Dissinger, 650 in the Monza. Dissinger took out Richeza yesterday to claim the $100 bounty. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It is round robin time. Bring with you what you're going to need. Round robin time. Bring with you what you're going to need. I need Roadrunner Race Fuels, round number 4. Double entries to 1 and 2. Double entries to 1 and 2, please. Winley, Dave Dissinger takes him out again. 20 at the hit, goes 659.2 on the 650 dial. Richeza with issues has to get out of it. Once again, it. What you're going to cool them, fuel them, get them ready to go again in the lanes. Bring it to the lanes with you when you come. It's round robin time. I need double entries to 1 and 2 for Roadrunner Race Fuels. Round number 4 of Kent's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. $647 for Jason Lawrence, tower side Dave Harvey Jr., $668. The ACCO drivers, former ACCO Dragway drivers, battling it out here. Jason Lawrence, 17, 1 above 6 for the win. Takes out Harvey's 35 reaction time. Harvey breaks it out, 667.7 on the 668 dial for the loss. Jana Embley, 753, taking on CJ Ketterer, 648. Winlight, give it to Ketterer, 35 up front, dead 1 to be 36 total, locks out Embley's reaction time. Not great. Breaks it out, 750. $589. Taking on Mike Bryson, 631. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for doubles to 1 and 2. We need all colors now. All colors to 1 and 2. All colors to 1 and 2. All colors to 1 and 2. And sorry if it's been quiet there on the live feed. We just realized we had a mic issue. But we're working to fix that. So our apologies there. Once again, we have called all cars to 1 and 2. All cars to 1 and 2. All cars have been called to 1 and 2 for Roadrunner Race Fuels round number 4. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have a parts call. Parts call. Chris Mattern needs a small diameter MSD HEI distributor cap and rotor. Chris Mattern needs a small diameter MSD HEI distributor cap and rotor. If you have one and you know where he's parked, take it to his trailer. If you don't, bring it to the bottom of the tower at FRBR Central. We'll be sure to get it to him. Racer in need, parts call. Chris Mattern needs a small diameter MSD HEI distributor cap and rotor. Also, fourth round begins, round robin. So if you win, you come right back to 1 and 2. You bring with you what you're going to need. Cool them, fuel them, retool them, right in the lanes. Bring all your goodies with you. Generator, air, fuel, cheering crew, crew chief, everything but the family dog. Bring it to the staging lanes, and if you keep winning, you keep coming back to 1 and 2 directly after your run. Andy Anderson. Andy Anderson, if you can come to the bottom of the tower, we have that racer in need parts call. And or Chris Mattern, if you can get to the bottom of the tower, there's a gentleman waiting for you with the part you need. Chris Mattern or Andy Anderson, if one of you all can come to the bottom of the timing tower, there is a gentleman that is happy to help with the racer in need. Matt Richeza, if you can let us know if you are broke or not, we would appreciate it. Matt Richeza, if you can let us know if you're broke or not, we would appreciate it. So here we go. We're ready for Roadrunner Race Fuels round number 4 of Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. Brett Schlitting, 588 here, tower side, will take on Jed Nar in the Camaro, 584. Winley, give it to Brett. Break it out, 4th out, the double breakout run, 41 at the hit. Nar, 34, breaks it out, 6th out. Brett moves on. Scott Smith here, tower side, 598, takes on Walt Haas in the Camaro, 640. Winley, give it to Scott Smith, 15 total, takes out Haas's 26 reaction time. Smith will move on to round number 5. Wade Kavicki, 618, takes on Dave Dissinger in the Monza, 650. At the stripe, win late, Wade Kubicki. Dead on with a 0 to be 12 total. Dave Dissinger, thanks for playing. Have a great day. 649 won, the 650 dial at 99 mile an hour for Dissinger. Kubicki moves on. Gary Semper's up now, 561 for the Mustang, taking on Chris Gunston, 587. Little Mustang on Mustang crime here. Remember, we are round robin, so you win, you come right back to lanes 1 and 2. Winners come right back to 1 and 2. Sempers will move on 2 above 3 on this 561 dial at 120 for the 26 reaction time. Chris Gunston dead on with a 5, but 70 total is no good here. Brandon Karagizian here, tower side, 721 in the Malibu, taking on Matt Witkowski, 639 in the Pontiac. .004 margin of victory. Give it to Brandon Karagizian. 28 up front, goes 723 with a 1 on a 721. Matt Witkowski late at the hit, then breaks it out big. Definitely not .004 margin of victory there. Karagizian moves on with ease. Kyle Harrell, 627. Taking on Vince Koosman, 677. Winlake goes to Vince, trip, zip to be 25 total. Takes out the 39 reaction time of Kyle Harrell. Harrell dead on with a 4, 43 total, but no good. Joe Dedrick, 553 here, tower side, taking on Andy Sweeson, otherwise known as Paul Northrup, 671. Dedrick will move on, 18, 1 above 1 to be 29 total. Northrup, 44 at the hit, goes 670 with a 6 on 671, no good. Cam Murray, 635 here, tower side, taking on Marty Flagels, 563. Winlake, Marty Flagel, dead on with a 9, be 38 total. Tower side in the Duster. Turns to 004 red. Harley Parson here, tower side 661, takes on Jamie Cologne over in the far lane, 667. .007 margin of victory, give it to Jamie. Dead on with a 9 to be 60 total. Harley Parson gives that one back. 665 with an 8 on a 661 with a 19 reaction time. Jamie moves on. Robert Smith up now, 585, taking on CJ Ketterer, 648. Win late, Robert Smith, double breakout win goes his way. 584.4 on the 585 dial with a 009 late. Ketterer, 35 at the hit, no good. Goes 646.3 on the 648 dial for the loss. Rob Snyder, tower side in the Granada, 642, taking on Tom Skripnik-Nano, 680 in the S10. .007 margin of victory, give it to Tom. Dead on with a 3 to be 51 total. Snyder can't run the numbers. 643.3 on the 642 dial with a better but losing 45 reaction time. Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 658, taking on Tanner Kutzers in the Camaro, 583. Win late, Tanner, 002 up front, puts it 3 above 1 for the win. McCloskey, uncharacteristically late, breaks it out, 4th out on the big end, no good. Tanner moves on. Chris Gonier, here tower side, 647, takes on Kevin Core, 698. Win late, Kevin Core, double breakout run, 697.8 on a 698 dial. Takes the win over Chris. Chris 645.0 on the 647 for the loss. Attention to the pits, Stephen Dickey and Jake Narr. Stephen Dickey and Jake Narr, at your convenience, please head to FRBR Central at the bottom of the timing tower for your best losing packages. Stephen Dickey and Jake Narr, head to the timing tower at the bottom at FRBR Central for your second and third round best losing packages, respectively. Corey Ream and Lee Zane. Ream in the pickup, Zane in the Buick. Win late, give it to Zane. Double breakout win, 683.6 on the 684 with a 43 light. Ream had the better reaction time but couldn't get it done on the big end. Took quite a bit of stripe as Zane cut him loose. Tower side, we got Dave Harvey Jr., 690, taking on Paul Warner, 722 in the Malibu wagon. Dave Harvey Jr. moves on. Werner turns it red. Harvey breaks it out 1 thou. Jason Lawrence in the Camaro. 648 taking on Rob Hockmiller. 578 over in the Nova. Hey, congratulations going to Billy Groten down at US 13. Just picked up the $20,000 final over Lenny Booker. Congrats to Billy G. Groten's Performance. Picking up the big win there. Dead on with a 2 goes Jason Lawrence to be 21 total. Takes out the 22 reaction time of Rob. Rob drops it on the big end, goes 581, 1 on the 578. But didn't matter. Lawrence moves on. And Shorty finally using that buy run. Hasn't had the chance since winning last night. He'll take the buy here and move on to the next round. And that will complete Roadrunner Race Fuels round number 4. We'll now head into Griner Brothers Heating. Missing one car down the lanes. Remember, this is round robin, so you should be coming off the track, up the return road, right back to the lanes. Bring with you what you're going to need to the lanes. It's round robin. So here we go with Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling round number 5. We're getting down to the final rounds here in the main event 10K. Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. Brett Schlitting, 588. Tower Side taking on Jason Lawrence, 647 in the Camaro. Give the win to Brett Schlitting. Lawrence turns it 009 red. Schlitting dead on with a 1 to be 35 total. Lawrence, 649.5 and the 647, bows out. Scott Smith, 598 here, Tower Side, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 689 for the Valiant. Win late Dave Harvey, dead on with a 3, 16 total. Scott Smith Identical reaction time, but breaks it out. No good. Marty Flagel up now, 565, taking on Tanner Kutzers, 583. Attention in the pits, Kyle Harrell. Kyle Harrell, you have the round 4, best losing package. Kyle Harrell, you have round number 4, best losing package. Head to FRBR Central at the bottom of the timing tower to pick up your win. Tanner turns it 18 red. Flagel gets a lucky round. He's 57, goes 562.5 on the 565 at 122 for the win. Kutzers, 576.0 on the 583 for the loss. Brandon Karagizian in the Malibu, 721, taking on Kevin Core, 699 for the Demon. Give the win to Karagizian. 22, 1 above 2 for the win. Kevin Core, 30 at the hit, no good. Goes 696.7 on the 699 for the loss. Joe Dedrick, 552, taking on Jamie Cologne, 667. Joe Dedrick in full control here. Win light, Dedrick, 3 above 8, gets the job done to be 40 total. Jamie, way late at the hit, breaks it out, 666.7 on the 667 dial for the loss. Gary Sempers, 561, takes on Tom Scrippignano, 679. Give the win light to Gary Sempers. Sempers, 006, breaks it out 5 thou. Scrippignano, 004 red. Goes 680 with a 7 on 679 for the loss. Wade Kubicki, 617 here, tower side, taking on Paul Tim Jr. Shorty dial 589. Wade in control here. Shorty's in trouble. Win light. Wade, 009, 3 above 2 for the win. Paul, 40 at the hit. Puts it 2 above 3 on the $589 at 117 for the loss. Robert Smith, 584. Taking on Lee Zane in the Buick, 683. Lee Zane breaks it out, 582.9 on the 583 with a 21 light. Didn't matter, though. Robert Smith had this one in the bag. 14 total eliminated from the start with Zane. Vince Kuseman here, tower side, 678 in the Cutlass. Vince lays down a lap on the bye run. 004 up front. Breaks it out one foul. And he'll move on to round number 6.
All right, while we are quiet, I wanted to provide an update on the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout as well as the B&M Reaction Time Challenge. Originally, I didn't think we were going to have time to do it tonight, and I thought about doing it tomorrow and then realized that wasn't a good idea because we can't give people shots at the tree when not everybody's getting a time run. So tonight for the B&M Performance Reaction Time Challenge, we're going to do it very differently than we have done because Shane and I want to make sure above all that we give people a chance at that $100 or $1,000 if they're 000. So the first 20 people to the tower that are legally able to drive a race car. I know that's difficult because I know many of you are in the cooler. I don't blame you. It's not the exact way I wanted to do it, but I do want people to have a chance to win the money. So if you have not been drinking, if you are legally able to compete, the first 20 of you that want a shot at $1,000, come to the tower. We'll do a field sobriety test. We'll get you on the list, and probably after the conclusion of the main event, we'll do it. We also would like to forego, just for this year, because we've been rolling with the punches all weekend, the show part of it. We really just want to have a chance to give away the money because that's it's going to be regrettable to not have the show. I'd love to have the show, but we just want to stick with that plan. So the first 20 people that want to participate in it that are legally able to the tower, we'll get your name down. And we'll get that completed. As far as the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout, I don't know that we're going to have a place to put it in because people are going to want to go home tomorrow after they get out. So we may have to save that for next year, and I think Dad would be okay with that in the end. Extremely proud of the FRBR team and Maple Grove's team for what we've accomplished here in 2 days. Most would have canceled based on the forecast, but you know, we told you what we were going to do, and we delivered, and you delivered. We were 30-plus cars higher. I think 194 was our first-round car count, so thank you for boosting us up. You turned out, and we appreciate it. So I don't know if people are going to the tower yet, but that is the plan. The first 20 legally able to hit the tree people that get to the tower will be in the reaction time challenge, which is just to hit the tree tonight. $100 for a double O light. The first triple O, if there is one, gets $1,000 cash. Thank you for rolling with us with that and with everything this weekend. And we still have a champion to crown tonight and a whole day of racing action again tomorrow, which we've made the decision we're going to start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to give the track a little bit more time to heat up. You guys have been running fantastic as far as coming when you're called. It's been a phenomenal race every round we're getting through. So we're going to wait an extra hour, make sure the track is right and tight, and complete it tomorrow. Thank you all, and we'll be back with round number 6. 9 cars coming back at the Ken's Custom Chassis Saturday 10K.
And just that fast, the reaction time challenge is filled. So thank you for the 20 that came to the tower quickly. We appreciate your promptness, honesty. So reaction time challenge will be coming up not too long from now. So have them ready. We'll call you to the lanes. Here we go. B&M Performance and Machining round number 6 of Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday here at the Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience. We're down to 9 cars. Marty Flagel here, tower side in the Nova. 565 the dial, taking on the Malibu of Brandon Karagizian. 720 on the dial-in board for him. Here comes Flagel. He has got plenty in his pocket. Wind light, Flagel, trip zip, breaks it out 2 thou. 2 thou from a perfect run was Marty Flagel. Brandon Karagizian had a great day, but it ends here. 38 at the hit, goes 718-2 on the 720 dial for the loss. Robert Smith up now, 584 the dial, taking on Brett Schlitting. 588 for the Camaro. Robert Smith's in trouble. Wind light. Robert Smith gets it done on the big end. He is 62 total for the win. Brett Schlitting took a tractor trailer, we'll just say. Breaking it out 8 thou on the big end. 008 up front for the loss. Vince Kuseman here, tower side in the Cutlass. 678 taking on Dave Harvey Jr. 688. For the driver out of Atco, New Jersey. Wind light goes to Harvey. He moves on. Vince, 001 red. Harvey, 006 green. Dead on with it, 8. Dave Harvey Jr. lays down 14 total for the win. And we'll move on. Wade Kubicki here, tower side in the Maverick. 616 taking on Gary Simpers. 562 in the Mustang. At the stripe did the win of Wade Kubicki. 18, 2 above 4 for the win. Takes out Semper's 45 reaction time. Gary breaks it out 1 thou, 561.9 on the 562 for the loss. And Joe Dedrick with the bye here at 9. Runs it dead 8, be 39 total. And that will complete B&M Performance and Machining round number 6 at Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday of the 7th annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience presented by FRBR Promotions. Also, don't forget winners. Winners, you should be coming right back to the lanes. Winners should be coming right back to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Reaction time challenge racers, you are on standby. Reaction time challenge racers, you are on standby. We are going to run you at the end of the semifinals. So at the end of this next round, we will call you to the lanes. Reaction time challenge competitors, you are on standby and will be called to the lanes following round 7. Porta Tree round number 7. You will be called to the lanes. So start warming them up, getting them ready. We'll be calling you as soon as this round gets over. All winners should be back to the lanes from the main event. All winners should be back to the lanes. Missing one car for Porter Tree round number 7. Missing one car. If you were a winner last round, you need to come right back to the lanes. You should be coming right back to the lanes. After you turn off the track, come up the return road and right back to the lanes. All cars, we're missing one car for the round of 5. Down to 5 cars here, round of 5. All right, we got some noise down in the pits, so we're ready for Portatree, round number 7. Tower side in the Nova. Robert Smith, 585. He'll take on Dave Harvey Jr., 688 for the Plymouth Valiant. Down to 5 cars. Who will get down to 3 and who will get the bye to the finals? We're about to find out right here, right now. Win late, Dave Harvey Jr. moves on to 3 cars. 31 up front, puts it 1 above 1 in the win. Robert Smith coasted on through after turning it 18 red. Wade Kubicki here, tower side in the Maverick, 616, takes on Joe Dedrick in the Camaro, 555. .004 red goes Dedrick. He's out of here. Wade moves on to the next round. Goes 620 with a 1, 616 with an 18 late, and 109. Marty Flagel will meet him there. 565 on the dial-in board. We got Flagel, Kubicki, and Dave Harvey down to 3 for 10 grand. And Marty uses that as a good time run. 561.4 at 122 on the 565 dial with 29 late. He's ready to go for the semifinals. So the semis of Ken's Custom Chassis, 10K Saturday. Reaction time challenge to 5 and 6. The cones are open in 1 and 2, but just cut over to 5 and 6. Reaction time challenge. Come to 5 and 6 once you enter through 1 and 2. They had the cones up in 5 and 6, so just cut in 1 and 2, then come down to 5, cut over to 5 and 6, please. Also, reaction time challenge, if you're down there, you'll be running at the conclusion of the semis, so you can get out of your cars and hang out for a minute. But reaction time challenge cars will run at the end of the semis. I hear some noise. Final round, or semifinal round. Getting ready to go. So here we go, semifinals. It's going to be a great one. Who will meet Wade Kubicki in the finals? Will it be Towerside? Marty Flagel, 564 for the Chevy 2, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 688 for the Plymouth Valiant. Both drivers are staged. Harvey knocks out the top ball. We're ready to go. Oh, 008 red is Marty Flagel. Dave Harvey Jr. into the finals. Dead on with a 4. He's 23 total in the semis. Dave Harvey's feeling it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to meet Wade Kubicki in the finals of Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday here at the 7th annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience presented by FRBR Promotions. So here we go. Wade Kubicki going to take the semifinal bye run. 619 on the dial board. And Wade runs it on through, 617 with a 6 on the 619. He'll move on the finals to face Dave Harvey Jr. So reaction time challenge here. Oh, we got our first $100 bill. Dave Dissinger, 009. Andy, your pockets got picked once. I don't have names for everybody, but if I remember the cars, I'll try to do my best here. And nothing doing with that pair there. Not even close. Nothing doing there either. Andy's making out all right so far. Oh, close here tower side, but no good. Double O on the wrong side. Who can get it when the pressure is on? I think this might be Jana Imbley here tower side in the Blazer. Todd Toman over in the far lane. And both are red. And Stevie Dustin with the trans brake dry hop. And the pockets are still safe. All right, battery charger killer up here now. CJ Ketterer over in the far lane. Oh, 003 from Ketterer. $100 headed his way. So close to that 1,000. Chris Mattern over in the far lane. Robert Smith here tower side. And no dice there. Oh boy, Kyle Core And Paul Northrup, ignoring the rules for the no-show. Still appreciated. Oh, 008 for Kyle Core. $100 headed his way. That's 300. Oh boy, Rory. Oh my goodness. We're really falling off the rails here. All right. So Scott Embley and Rory Krupp here at Tower Side. Looks like we've got the No Fun crew down there ready to go. And nothing doing for either, unfortunately. As the No Fun crew makes their way off the starting line. And that's it for the Reaction Time Challenge. So Andy and Shane make it out with only $300 getting picked out of their pockets. So congrats to the three winners.
So in talking to a bunch of racers, I've decided that we want to move forward with the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout tomorrow. It's going to start after 5th round. We're going to work it in and out. So if you lose early and are willing to stick around, the first 32 names that get in, it's $100. It's 100 to 1644 to win. That was Dad's car number. And that custom label bottle of Jim Beam with gambler style check. I know it's a travel day. I know everybody wants to get home, but if 32 of you do want to stay and play that aren't still in the main event, we'd still like to honor them, and we think we can get it done. So that sign up I'll put it out first thing in the morning. We'll take it, if you want to jump in it, and then if you're still in, just bow out, that's fine. But if I just want to make sure there's enough interest. I definitely want to fill the 32 to do it. So if you knew my dad or just want to race for it, we'd love to have you in the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout. And thank you to the 20 competitors in the Reaction Time Challenge. Those were some of the best no-show shows I've seen. Good fun, good time. We gave away a little bit of money. Didn't pick my pockets too hard. Appreciate that. And we're about ready to get back to the final pair of the night and crown a $10,000 champion in Ken's Custom Chassis Saturday 10K event.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the main event. Coming out around the corner, it's going to be Dave Harvey Jr. taking on Wade Kubicki for $10,000 in the Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday here at the Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience presented by FRBR Experience. Pick one and ride with them. We're ready to go for the final round. Who's it going to be? Tower side, Wade Kubicki in the Maverick, 619 the dial, taking on the Plymouth Valiant of Dave Harvey Jr., 687 in the battle of the New Jersey drivers. Wade out of Yardville, New Jersey, taking on Harvey out of Atco, New Jersey. Here we go. Harvey knocks out the top bulb. Here comes Wade. Bumping it in. Here we go. It's a race. We're clean and green on both sides. With the starting line advantage is Harvey at the stripe. Win light, Dave Harvey Jr. Up front, he goes 007 at the big end. He puts it one above 8 to take 005 margin of victory. As Wade Kubicki breaks it out, fourth thou. He was 34 on the hit, no good. Your winner here on Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday at the 7th Annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars, a Footbrake Experience, presented by FRBR Promotions, Dave Harvey Jr. Down in victory lane here in just a few minutes.
Can I have the following drivers report to the tower for claiming the FRBR in the way bonus? These drivers were the unfortunate victims of champion Dave Harvey, but for their troubles won $100 courtesy of FRBR, and I want to get a picture with everybody. So Marty Flegel, Vince Cusimano, Robert Smith, Scott Smith, Paul Werner, Mike Christie, and Richie Hoffman. Once again, Marty Flegel, Vince Cusimano, Robert Smith, Scott Smith, Paul Werner, Mike Christie, and Richie Hoffman. You all have $100 coming to you for being in the way of champion Dave Harvey here at the tower, and I'd like to get a picture of you about now. Thank you.
Test check, 1, 2, test check.
Oh, they run it up. Yeah. And you asked Trent.
All right, down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with Dave Harvey Jr., your winner here on Ken's Custom Chassis 10K Saturday. Dave, man, you were laying down the laps.
I'm busy.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So, Dave, you had all three hand controllers working well for you today.
Matt Richezza. Woo, baby!
Poor Matt. He's had a bad day. So, you had all three hand controllers working well for you today. Laying down the double lights and putting the packages together. The chat bleachers were going crazy for you. I mean, just doing well. And now Andy has to put you on a T-shirt next year.
Yeah, he's really mean. The last time I won, he didn't put me on a T-shirt, and I gave him a lot of crap for that. And now he ain't going to do it again. Thanks a lot, buddy. You guys are awesome. Thanks for putting on the show. Obviously, we all got a late start, but you guys got it in. Good job. But that's because nobody really blew up, so. Baby.
Well, Dave, I mean, it was definitely a great day of racing once the weather moved out of here. I don't think anybody probably about 1 o'clock today thought this was going to ever end and we would get to be here. But nevertheless, we stuck it out. The Maple Grove crew went to work. The FRBR group went to work. And more importantly, Dave Harvey went to work.
Were you rooting for me?
Absolutely. I had $100 on you.
Way better. He didn't.
Well, hey, when you're invested, you're invested. Dave, great job. As always, you're a killer. You'll start out tomorrow on the wait and see buy, and we'll see how far you can carry that thing.
Yeah, I won't get the buy. I'll lose first round,
Well, you'll probably party hardy tonight, and
0 to 0. We all know it.
Well, if nothing else, you're leaving here 10 grand richer than you came, and it's been a great day for you. Congratulations, your winner here today on the 7th annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Awards, a Footbrake Experience presented by FRBR Promotions. The one, the only, he still doesn't know what to do with his hands, Dave Harvey Jr.